Okay. Okay. I'm going to be working on some lamb culture today. That's for this. This is front. This is front. Way. Yes. Okay. I finally got Bernard back from the repair people. They were able to fix two of his three issues, not the third one though. So eventually, I am going to have to take him to yet another repair person. So that'll be cool. My goal for today is I want to get as many of these little guys done as possible. Everybody is cut out. They just need to be stitched. Goat ears. Goat horns. Lamb horns. Cuffs. Head. Bodies. I should have all of my bits here. I've got black things to sew up. I've got gray things to sew up. Where'd the ears go? What? Where are the ears? Oh no, I'm missing ears. These go with the white. Okay, black things to sew. Hello, pick. Ears. Where is my Lambo bin? Move that out of the way there. Whoop. And help this dude. Rounds. Legs and feet. Guess I'm gonna need them. Ah, yeah, thanks for the lurk. There's my ears and arms. And I think that is everything. Okay, so I've got all my bits there. Whoops. That. Okay, let me move these guys out of the way. Okay, stuff there. Back to the computer. Okay. Oops, actually before I start on these, I'm gonna get an embroidery set up to run. So that's going to be a computer thing. Need to change a couple little of the under stitches on this guy. Oops. Oh no. Oh, I've got two different USB sticks and files on both of them. Cool beans. Okay, so over to my embroidery program. Going here. Okay, so I'm going to modify both of these. Open. The design itself is fine. It's the under stitches that I want to make a couple changes to. That's just here, 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 and stitching, underlay, margin. I want to make it medium instead of normal. And that just basically, when I zoom in on them, there is this center, like these two outside lines. This is the outside edge of it, and then there's this one here. If I go normal, it just moves it a little bit closer to the edge. If I go wide, it moves it farther away. I want it medium. As the fabric is so stretchy, that kind of moves it. It's going to already stretch a little bit further outside than it should be. I want that to be at medium on all of those ones. My understitching. Metric. That's my understitching. Length. Or and make that a little bit thicker. You just change all of the orientation on me. Okay. That just changes the angle of the stitches back where I want them to be. Nothing actually changes in the overall look, it'll just be underneath. Here. Rid of both of those circles because those were just for my test. This to be 0.3. Probably gonna have to change my stitch angles on this one again. Again, nothing is on the outside. Here, my medium, further in. Okay. There we go. There are my two designs. Saved both of them. Saved the updates, and now I can export the design. This is okay. They have both been resaved. Now I do my file full document stuff, my plushy herbal. Okay, both of them are going onto the USB drive. I'm going to get rid of my test just so that I don't mix that one up. And we should be good. Okay. So now that the faces look good, I'm going to go and get those set up to actually start embroidering. I guess I table and Thomas, because we can actually do Thomas now. He's back on his own table. Put that over here. And I'm gonna get the fabric for it. I need to move these guys out of the way just so that I can cut the right fit. This is not the right one. Where are my colors? Okay. Charcoal. Fuzzy black. This is fuzzy red. This is stretchy black. My mochi black is my red. Here we go. Ooh, that is going to need to be ironed. That is a little bit wrinkly right there. Is that visible under the light? Yeah, there we go. There we go. There's all the wrinkles. That was pressed into the fabric when I bought it. So that is from the factory. It is less than bueno. Mochi dudes. Okay, and my purr ball pattern, where did I put that down? Well, that's not the one I was looking for. I was looking for the actual pattern, but if I can't find the pattern, that one will work. Piled it somewhere. It has been a day already. Hello, Silas. I am actually getting started on the embroidery for your cats right now. As soon as I figure out where I put my pattern piece down. I have a whole bucket of my patterns that I have not sorted. I lost the bucket. There it is. Okay. This is what I was looking for. I want to cut it out of there. Or which way is this brush? Brush is that way. Yeah, I think I'm going to cut that out of right here. Whoops. Pull her at. I'm doing a little bit extra around each side, just so that if it's not perfectly centered in the hoop, I have extra material to work with. That goes right there. Right there. That way. Okay, so those are going to be the two front faces. I can do the embroideries on them. The back will get just cut out around the shape. And then that will just come out of right down here. I'll have this nice long skinny bit to go into my scrap bits, along with my other skinny bits. Be lurking if you, yeah, absolutely. That sounds good. I'm going to get these guys set up and embroidering. They're going to be just kind of running for a while. And I'm going to be stitching up some lambs while that happens. Okay, for this hoop, what hoop do I need? Need 11 by 8. 40 hoop there. Is my hoop buried? Where is my medium hoop? There we go. My goodness. The very bottom one. That's not quite big enough. Okay. So I'm gonna have to go one size up. Woo, my other medium hoop, my slightly larger medium hoop. Yep, that'll be the one for there. 12 by 16 stabilizer. Do I have those pre-cut? I might. No, those are the even larger ones. Okay, I need a 12 by 16 stabilizer. I need 2 of those. For the keychains, I only have to do the 4x4 hoop or the 120 120 hoop. 12 by 16, yes. And I think I probably have those stabilizers already cut. If not, I've got scrap bits that should work. One of those and 2 of those. There we go. There's my stabilizer dudes. Just stay right there, will you? Thank you. Okay. There's my hoop. Now I need my little center lines, which are going to be right here and right here. Okay, so there's the center of my design. Wait, you go down that way. This is the back side, this is the front side. Cool. And I just want to make sure that the fabric is as centered as possible, even though I do have a little bit of wiggle room. I don't want to have to use the wiggle room. I do need a topper stabilizer for this. It is fuzzy enough where to put the unused piece. There we go. And that face is right in the middle, so we should be good. Yeah. Nothing goes above or outside of that. Cool. I don't know exactly where those lines go, so I'm not going to pin this down quite yet. Let me get Thomas set up. He has to do his wiggles. Oops, he's got his red in. Not sure if he starts with red. I think he has to start with gold. Oop. Load design. Load that. 260, 200 hoop. Yes, centered, go. Do your wiggles. Wiggle a little bit more for me. Yes. Okay, so he's going to do the outline first. So he's going to outline it, and then I'll know where to actually pin this down. Go. And Even though he wants the blue outline that I designed, his next color is going to be that gold, so I'm going to start with the gold. Oh. The blue of the outline doesn't actually matter, even though I designed it with blue. That's just pretty much to have it as a separate color. So the fact that he's going to start with gold does not affect anything. Okay, there's my outline. Actually, I'm going to have him just snip that so I can come back and pick here where I've got a little bit more space. So do your snippies. And then one more snip, please. So when he snips on his own, he is trimming just that top thread, but in order to remove the hoop entirely, I need the top and the bottom cut. So that second little snip is what cuts that bottom thread. Okay, that's good there. Let me get that pinned in. Oops, don't do that. There you go. Good. Okay. All pinned up. Good to go. He is now going to be embroidering the yellow. And I want you to go right there. Okay. So now he's just going to do his thing for a while. I can get my other bits together. That's going to be for embroidery. So this is the front. That's the embroidery. I'm going to just dump those in the little bin. I need the backs and the hair tuft. The ears are going to be red, so I don't have to cut those out right now. Here we go. Those guys over. Which way do you brush down? You brush down in that direction? Yeah, you do. I get this right. Yes. Okay. Yep, you brush down in the right direction. You brush that way. Oh, this is the good side. I need to flip that over. I'm not going to be tracing on the good side. This is the bad side. And this part gets a silver Sharpie. But like minimal silver Sharpie. This is very thin minky fabric. There you go. So thin lines are good. I fit you, you do fit. Yay. Okay. Go. There's my two outlines. Or this, do you fit there? No, of course you don't fit there. You're just slightly too wide. That's fine. I can probably fit both of you here, and then that'll be the extra stripe bit there. Oh, I could just fold it. Yeah. Okay, so you're gonna go here. Again, very thin Sharpie line. I'm not really pressing down all that hard because I don't want to bleed through to the other side. So very thin, gentle line. I'm mostly drawing on the edge of the paper and then it's just catching over the edge. And you go right here. Okay. Hit parent goes back in the bin. I don't need these anymore. I won't need the ears until I pull out the red. So I'm going to cut these guys out. That'll be all the black mochi I need. So that I can then put away. Big little pizza cutter. Whoop. Oops, lay flat, please. Uncool. Table is a little cluttered right now, so limited space, but I've got all my goat and lamb stuff up. Missed that edge. Yeah. That bottom section I will be cutting with scissors, probably. Oh, missed that very corner. Oh, oh. Okay, there's the two backs. For now, I'm going to dump those into the bucket as well because I don't want them to get lost. That is large enough to say. Uh, yeah, you're good there. Just gonna cut a straight line across and just give myself all this extra space. It's a little bit larger than necessary, but oops, the one thread. Yeah, there we go. Those are the little head tufts. They're going to be pocketed as well. I am done with this mochi. This is now small enough that it's going to just folded up and put into the mochi bucket. Does not get refolded onto the shelf. There we go. Just there. These are going to be for the little guys. I'm going to put those aside right now. Pull this out. This is just going to be the ears. Because this is so wrinkly, though, I might need to cut it a little bit larger just so that I can actually iron it. Yeah, oh, it is lumpy on both sides. Okay, so what I'm going to do instead of tracing out the ears right now is I'm going to give myself an extra large space for the ears. Yeah, so I'm going to need about that much. I'm going to just cut it extra big, waste a little bit of fabric here, but it needs to be larger than my iron so that I can actually hold on to the edges of it as I iron it. And this piece definitely needs to get those wrinkles ironed out. So while I go and iron, we're going to do nice and big embroidery. Oh, he's almost done. Well, okay. Bits down there, turn you on. And I will change thread colors while the iron heats up. Oops, drop the end of the thread there. Okay. Give that a little bit. Let's check the iron. Toasty, perfect. Toasty is what I'm aiming for. Whew, nice and warm. So there we go. There's my nice warm fabric. That's all of this red I need, so this can be put back together, pinned and put into a fabric closet. Oops, oh, I'm bad at pinning. There we go. Okay, and then I'm actually going to be using my pink base because the pink one is slightly longer than the yellow one. So I've just given myself a little bit of extra fabric there at the bottom. But the yellow one is the newer one, so I'm going to do that instead of the bit there. Those parents can go away. Which side is this? Good or bad? That's good side. That's bad side. Okay. And ears brush towards the tips. I need 2 of each of these. Not a Sharpie on this fabric. If dark green shows up. Sharpies are only ever used on fabrics that like can't see any other things, because I would much prefer to be able to wash everything out instead of having to worry about cutting it off of the edges as I'm cutting the fabric out. And making sure that it doesn't bleed through. If this bleeds through, it's totally fine because it's going to get a bath anyways. Okay. Whoop, done with that front. Okay. Give me 2 seconds, Thomas. I need to trace these out, and then I will come over and replace you with the next one. There we go. Okay, so those are my 2 ears. Ears need to be cut out before I dump them in the bin, but that I'm going to set up the next embroidery. Yes, you are done. You're gorgeous. Lovely. Okay. Pins, 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 pins. Okay, there we go there. That's not going to be big enough for the other cat face, but I can hold that off and put it back in my scrap bits bag. I can probably find that another use for a small bit later. Okay, you are coming out of the hoop. Ugh. And to cut you out as well. Back in the hoop is the next stabilizer. Boop. Okay, and again, repeating the exact same process. Finding the middle of the hoop. Then the square fabric, where that the right side is up. Yes. Oh, that's the halfway point. Fold it in half, put it on the center line. Should be good. Oh, you know, I'm gonna iron that one real quick as well. Just that little tiny fluffy fold in the middle. Not hugely killer, or not hugely happy with that. Stretchier the minky is, I feel like the more wrinkles it gets onto the bolt. The mochi I've definitely had more wrinkle issues with than the Shannon. stuff I get either directly from Shannon or from Howl. But they still get wrinkles. You can usually see them in the back, not so much in the front of the fuzzy Minkies, though. Okay. There we go. Okay. So going back to Thomas, giving that to him. He's still got red set up. I'm going to just do the outline with the red. It doesn't really super matter what color it is because I'm going to just be cutting those bits off anyways. So flipping it over so I can actually see the stitching lines. And you're all nice and flat. Woo! Goodbye. Goodbye, pencil. Okay. There's that. I'm not going to keep that little triangle. Okay, ready for the next color, Thomas? Actually, I need you to trim because we need to put the stabilizer on top of you. Top of your fuzzy bits. And I need to cut new stabilizer for that. Here. I'm going to make this a 6-inch strip because that's useful for most of the things I do. So I can use part of it for the face and then I can get like another 2 things out of that strip. Oh, whoop. Let me rotate you this way. That way. Okay, so that is now good to embroider again. Face there. And the gold is up next. Okay. And then these are going to get cut out. Little ears. Oh, I'm gonna need 2 more sets of ears. Huh, I did ears for 1 cat, I did not cut out the ears for the 2nd cat. Oops. Okay, well, I can go get my red fabric, I guess. I'm just bad at counting. I was like, 2 cats, that means they have 4 ears, 4 pieces, perfect. Bad at counting. I did that to the lamb as well. I was like, "Oh, we're only going to need for I'm gonna have 2 lambs and goat, so I'm gonna need 3 legs." Oops, I know. Okay, so there's ears for 1 cat. Dump those in the bin. Pull this back out. I'm gonna have to iron another square. Let me go turn the back on real quick so it heats up while I am cutting out my square. Yeah, that is just so wrinkly. So wrinkly. And pattern pieces. That gives me another square. And again, I missed that corner. Oof. On a roll with that today. Okay. I'm gonna go iron that. Which way is your right side? Right side, that way. A little bit soggy from the steam, but all good there. I want the yellow and green marker. And pink. Okay, now I'm done with those pattern pieces. And then I immediately throw the piece on the ground. Oh, go in your bucket. Okay, so that should be all the pieces for the purr balls. Got the face, the back, the correct number of ears for them. Cool. Ah, whoa! Smacking literally everything. Cool. All good? All good? Okay. Done with these pattern pieces for now as well. Next up is going to be the little face dude. I'm gonna move these guys out of the way. And they are going to be in Fluffy Minky. I've got them. Move those guys out of the way. That's going to be the ear fabric. I haven't cut out my pattern piece for the ear yet. I do need to do that. And I'm definitely just eyeballing this 1/4 inch seam allowance here. There we go. And this, I'm cutting on the lines I drew because I'm actually going to be stitching on the lines I drew. Just makes it a little bit easier for the small flat pieces. Like if you've got two pieces that are just going to be sandwiched together, definitely makes it easier to have just the line that you're sewing on instead of the seam allowance edge. So there we go. This is also just the line that I'll be sewing on, although it does need to have a tiny little dart in the top and bottom just to avoid any wrinkle situations. So it's going to be like that. Like there. So, where's my pen? Oh, right. I threw my pencil at the ground. Okay, those are alignment marks so that I know where the ear needs to be pinned together. This is the start and end marks. So I've got all of that information for the ear there. It's ear location. Got the face, have the alignment there. I do probably want to cut out the eyes just so that I can center things properly. Where's my pizza wheel? Ready for red? Okay, Thomas, give me a sec. I need my tiny scissors. Where'd my tiny scissors go? What? Okay, Thomas, I guess I'm taking care of you while I find my tiny scissors. and we'll have him go while I go and find. I've got a pair of little blue scissors. Don't know where I put them. Huh, how bizarre. Okay, got them. So when I get this guy all cut out, or I guess embroidered out, I will then have to trace it. And in order to make sure that the eyes line up where they're supposed to, and I can trace the face where it's supposed to be, I'm basically going to put the little eyeball holes right over the eyeballs, make sure that they're lined up. There we go. Okay. For this embroidery, I need gray for the body. Come on. Ah. Oh, there's another pin. Very good at pinning. Okay, this goes down this way. Ah. The little face is about 4 inches tall and 4 1/4 wide. I'm probably going to cut it slightly larger than that. Maybe a 5 by 5 square for the embroidery. Maybe 5 1/2 by 5. Yeah. So that's for the front embroidery. Ah, again, I missed that corner. I don't think I've gotten a single corner yet today. That's probably an omen of something. There's half, there's half. Okay. Got it. Okay, so that's going to be the embroidery bit. I also need the back of these guys. Oop. Hold that out of the way. Yeah, that's good. Oh, I need my punchy tool. Oh, oh, today is just a day. So I'm putting little holes in it because that's where I need to dart to. There's just going to be two tiny little triangles at the top and the bottom. Very minuscule, but they changed the shape just enough that you don't get any weird puckering on those. Marker, my green marker should work again. Thomas is finished. He's gonna just have to sit there because I don't have another embroidery ready to put on him yet. Oh, actually, I need more space than that because I am going to be stitching on these lines. So I actually move it over and give myself a little bit more wiggle room. Okay, so I got my dot, and then ear alignment. onto the back because I'm gonna have to flip this over to get the ear equal on both sides. Okay. Okay. There's that one. Give myself some space again. Ear mark. Oh, the ear marks. Up. 4. Okay. Already covered in green marker. Okay. So that's what I needed from the gray. I've got the face fronts for embroidery and the backs there. Ooh, that's an annoying little bit. Hold that on. Okay, the gray is done. The face is done. I just put that in the bin. Done with that as well. This face. Still need the ear. The ear goes with the red. These I'm gonna just dump in there for now. Ends there. Pull this water soluble stabilizer off. Oh, pull you out of there. Done with that hoop because the other face is going to just be the tiny hoop. My little 120, 120, which is just over 4x4. That needs an 8x10 stabilizer. I think I have one piece that I can cut in half for that. Flip you over. You need to get cut out. Okay. There's my face. Done with that square. Face can go in the bin. Stabilizer for my 8x10 hoop. What are you? Oh, you are 12x10. You know what? I'm going to do it anyways. That'll be fine. Yeah, 12 by 10 is gonna be fun. Okay, there's my hoop for the little dude. Need to find the center of that again. And now my little gray square. Going to be centered right here. And that's part of the reason that I draw those lines, because this is actually centered in the hoop, even though there's all this space up behind. The foot of the machine needs space in the hoop so it doesn't hit the plastic, so that's what this empty space is left for. Brushes down that way. You know, I might actually just squish that in there. Gonna do this one slightly different. Got my fabric down. I am going to take my water soluble stabilizer, put that in there, and then put the hoop top in. Just kind of squish that stabilizer down on top. That way I don't have to try and pin any part of it, because this is going to do just the face, nothing more. Like that pattern that I have is going to be right here. So it's going to do the face and no outlines or anything like that. So I'm going to want it to be pinned in place so I don't have to worry about like where I can put the pins in the tiny hoop without it hitting the face. I don't have an outline to guide me on this. Okay, so on you, we are going to go back. We're done with that embroidery. We're going to go to a new one. Delete that one. Look for tiny face. Drop tiny face in there, centered in hoop. Go. Do some wiggles. Attach your hoop. Good. Okay. Do a couple more wiggles. Good. And you start with gold. So I need to take your red away. And stop. Okay. That's there. I can actually get my second hoop. Oh, no, I can't because I want to use that same water soluble stabilizer. So I need to wait until he's done. And then I can set up the second hoop. Because I was going to say I have a second hoop. But rather than that, I want to be able to use this stabilizer on top. So I'm going to have to wait. So I guess that means everything goes in the bin. I can cut out my little red dudes. And this is my Howl Red. And the proper number of ears this time. I need to cut out 8 of these little guys. However, I am going to be doubling them over, so I actually only need like a set of 4 and then another square that same size. There's one. Two. Three. And four. Okay, so 4 ears for 2 cats. This is the front side of each ear. Missed the corner again. Okay, so I got my 4 ears. I do want to cut it from right. That's gonna go right there. And then it gets its little name tag again. Okay, now I've got everything cut out, minus the embroidery that's still going. So I can add that into all of my sewing stuff. So I've got a bunch of gray stuff here. So the gray bodies will go with that. I've got red that will go with the red cape. Got black for black there. So gray faces. That's the other embroidery. Okay. The black faces will be with the black fabric. Black hair tuft. There's another face. This does need to get cut out now. This little bottom triangle. Go. And then this stabilizer can also come off. Come on, rip. I don't need this little thread. Come on. You need to leave. Oop, tiny little bit. Come on. Don't rip. Okay. So there's that face. I can't sew the top part together until I have the tufts already sewn. I can sew the bottom together. The back needs the ears stuck onto them before they get stitched. But that'll all be black stuff. So I think I'm going to start by sewing the black color stuff. Okay, these guys need to get pins because they will slide around like crazy. Minky, Mochi Minky slides worse than regular Minky. You're done? Okay, wait a minute, Thomas. Ah, said myself. That was not proper. I'm not the fabric. Uh, I might sew just this one and then come back and pin the other there. So for now, I'm just going to put a couple pins in the edge so that it doesn't go anywhere. Doesn't slide where it's not supposed to. But I'm not going to put pins all the way around the edges because these two pins are going to be kind of in the way as I'm sewing. Oh, that pin is bent. Okay, Thomas is done with the gold. The red. Okay, that's good to go. I can do the bottoms of the cat faces before I do the tops. I do want to pin at the mouth, make sure that that remains centered. And one above the nose, just to keep the nose centered. Just center line right there. Above the nose there. Okay, those are pinned. That's red. That's going to be later when I do the red capes. The crowns need to be pinned. And do one here as well, and one here as well. Next crown. Ooh, that underside is a little bit small. Really want to make sure I don't go off the edges of it. Oh man, I cut that one very small. Mm. I'm gonna put in a couple extra pins here because it goes like really up close to that edge there. I was not thinking on that one. Really don't want to miss those edges and have holes in the tops of my crown. Oh, okay. Give me a second, Thomas. Again, on this side, that's fairly close. And one in the center. Keep it centered. Okay, those are all pinned. These I don't need right now. That's gonna go. Oh, I need a new bin for them right now because I've got all the other bits of lamb bits. I don't want to mix the current lamb bits with the future lamb bits. I'm going to take all of my pattern bits out of this bin. There we go. New bin for the lamb bits that can go on the floor. This is garbage. All gray. Gray, red, white, black. I need to cut out the body bits. Okay. There is face with a little tiny extra thread. My snips. There's my face. All the fuzzums look good. Fantastic. Okay, so next face. I think this is the last thing I have to do embroidery wise today. Because I did all of the lamb embroidery back when I didn't have Bernard. So I got it all done at once. I think this is the last embroidery. I wasn't planning, well, I was planning on doing a couple of embroidered things for Pop Cult Anime Con this Saturday, Sunday. But because I didn't have Bernard and I didn't know when I was going to get him back, I didn't actually set that up at all. Like, I didn't finalize those plans to make things. Oops, I forgot the stabilizer. I don't think I'm going to be making any just embroidery only type items for Pop Cult Anime. For future conventions, I've got Granite State and Northeast Comic Con. I might do some embroidery type, like notebook covers and such, to have just another something for people to look at and buy potentially if they don't like the stuffed animal. Okay, we're going to start with gold. Yeah, okay, embroidery's finished. Now, can you start the new one? Get your wiggles out. Thank you, Thomas. Okay, there's my little face. That can just pop out of the stabilizer. Cool beans, tiny little face. Bloop. And the pattern. So this is the reason that I cut those eyeballs out, because now I can just put that right over the back on those eyeballs and I can see exactly where that face needs to line up. Green marker. Oops. Wait. Ugh. This is a bad green marker. Okay. Where'd my other green marker go? You ain't it. Yeah, you didn't even mark through there. Rude. So rude. How about you, green marker? You work. You've got lots of it. Okay. So that's going to go in with the gray. Oh, I guess I didn't really need to trace on these ones because I'm going to be just putting this here and then stitching around it. Well, you know what? Better to have those lines than not. I do need the little. Oh, no, because I'm going to be cutting these out. Oh. Ooh, I did do that difficult on myself, didn't I? Okay. So I guess I do need 1/4 inch trim around each of these, because I've got that dart in there, so they're not just perfectly flat. And I am totally eyeballing the 1/4 inch. That's a little closer than a 1/4 inch there. But then those two are just going to be on top of each other like that after I do that little dart. There, about a 1/4 inch. All right. That goes there as well. I also need to get out my cording, because these are going to have little rings on them. Come on. Jump ring. Let go. Go. Okay, thank you. Okay, so there's my hardware. Good enough. I need a something tiny to hold all in. What anything do I have? Hoarding. Good time. Sounding silly about it? 5. 5. I do the cording extra long just because I want to make sure that it doesn't like come out of the stitches. So I'm going to essentially sew it in and then also tie a little knot in this bit, all the extras, so that it does not go anywhere. So, yep, there's my 2 little loopy bits there to make it into a little keychain so that you can put things on it. Those go in there. Okay, that goes back in there until the last dude's done. These guys get snipped out. They do not get cut with the pizza wheel because I don't want to cut any more of the fur than I have to. So I'm doing basically just cutting through the woven backing, not the fur itself. And I forgot to put the little army bits on. I do need to actually go inside a little bit. Should hopefully still be within the seam allowance. Oops, Thomas is ready for his next color. In a second, Thomas. I'm coming. I'm coming. And go. Oh, goodness. Good. Okay. There's the goat body. A little bit fluffy. I'm not going to cut out the leg bits until I'm ready to sew the legs on. Just because I really don't want the fabric to stretch or fray at all. And this stuff is very good at doing both of those things. Okay, there we go. Face is done. I think that was the last embroidery. Thomas to reset. I am going to just turn him off because I don't think I need him for the rest of today. So we can go back to Bernard, I guess, because I'm going over and stitching on him soon. Okay, so I can put my hoop away. The extra stabilizer goes to the extra stabilizer bag. Those bodies are fully cut out. That comes there. Face the face. There, dot there. Zoop. Good, you centered. Good. Okay. There's the face. I do need to cut around this one a 1/4 inch, which I am just eyeballing because I'm pretty good at a 1/4 inch eyeballing now. Okay, there's that gray face. That's going to go with the gray there. I'm not stitching those ones up quite yet. I'm going to go with black first. I do have the red cape, 2 red capes actually, that will go with the red ears. And then the purple cape that goes with nothing. Oh gosh, that is fuzzy. Where did I put my fuzzy eraser? Oh, in the back there. Okay. Okay, that's slightly better. That was a crazy amount of fluff. Okay, so the colors of things I need to sew today, I've got black, gray, white, brown, red, and purple. I'm probably going to do all of the black first, just because that's black. Then I will do my grays and then reds. That way I can kind of finish up the purple dudes today. And those are also the colors that seem to have the most. Oh, besides white, but white is the Sherpa for the lamb. That'll be fine. I didn't put the ear location on this face. Whoops. Okay, so before I cut this out, get the lamb pattern. Lamb cultist. So there we go. Okay, because that needs some little dots where the ears go. That way I can line them up properly. A silver Sharpie. Yes. Okay, that's a terrible silver Sharpie. And it's out of silverness. I can put the lamb face away because I at least have the lines now. And now I can get myself a better silver. I don't have a used silver Sharpie? Yes, I do. Okay. There we go. Come on. Fur. Okay, there we go. I believe that is everything black now cut out. Let go, fur. Fur. Everything black is now cut out. I need to sew up the edges on here, the darts on here, the darts on here, the bottom darts on here, all the way up to where the arms go. I need to sew the crowns and the bottom half of the cats, and then the tufts. The tufts go in the cats. Then I come over to gray. I get the gray done. The gray connects to a lot of the black. Yeah. Okay. I got this. We are going to go to over to Bernard. who right now is set up with yellow thread. We do not need the yellow thread, we need black thread. I put the black thread away. Perfect. And black bobbin. Come on. The wiggles, good. Get you threaded up. Okay. And now I can get things sewn. Don't need that thread. That is unnecessary thread. I don't have my pokey stick. Oh my god, pokey stick! Pokey stick really should just stay with my sewing machine, and I should get a new pokey stick for my table. Change your settings so you're not going to cut your thread. Okay, let's change you back so now you can cut your thread. Thank you muchly. I need a magnet pins on. Where did, oh, I have a magnet. I've got magnets on the table. We don't need two on the table. We need one at the sewing machine. Okay. So there's my seam. Very nice. That no puckering or anything, just right up to the mouth. Perfect. I might just do the whole thing on. There we go. Now you can cut. Perfect. There we go. Okay, so I can't do anything more of those until I get these two little tufts done. I might put them on the stabilizer as well. Where's my... Oh no. Where did I put that? Oh no. Gotta go find my clear foot. I took it with me to go be social and sew with people locally, and I did not bring it back, I guess. Where the heck did I put it? Huh. Well, that's highly unfortunate for me. I put it with the bobbin. Where are my bobbins? There we go. Found it. I used to have two of these, and I lost one because they're like little clear plastic dudes. Touching my. What in the world? That bobbin thread? Holy shit, it is. What are you doing? Just being super long and annoying? I don't know how that one unwound, but wow. Okay, bobbins go away. Way. Okay, there's the first fluff. Now I still do let go thread. Still do need to pin the second fluff. As I peel this off of the stabilizer. There we go. So there's one down. Oh, you can't. Oh, maybe. The white little bits of stabilizer are helping. Let go thread. Stop that. Okay. So this needs to be pinned to keep it flat. Good. Okay. There we go. And just put that entirely on the stabilizer as well. And stitch that one. This little is annoying. Wiggle everything. There we go. That pin wants to come out anyways. That's fine. It's holding together just okay. Those two fluffs are done. I think I'm actually going to go and cut them out because then I can stitch them into heads. as part of the continuing to do black stuff. There we go, both of them. That's good. Okay. These are going to get cut out by scissors because they are small enough that I don't want to try and use my pizza wheel. Okay, there's the first little guy. Wrong side. I'm going to need more pins for these guys. A little bit of stuffing. Okay, so there's the two tufts. Let me see if I've gotten close enough to the stitches. I think I have on all of them. I guess we'll see for sure when I flip them if I've gotten close enough. Doop, doop. Flip those. I need my little flippy tool. Poke those ends out. There we go. There we go. So in the example one, I've got it right up at the seam allowance and tilted over, 4 little guys right there. So I'm going to be doing the same thing. I need to stuff it, then put them in the seam allowance. One. Okay, so that's there. I need my mochi stuffing, which is this stuff right here. Stuff that just pulls apart nicely. You need to break up some of these bits. The last couple of boxes of Silky Fill I've gotten from Polyfill have just been kind of not fully fluffed. Like, they're still very nice quality, except for having to, like, herd them apart myself. Okay, that one is stuffed. And then just to keep it all nice and flat, I am going to put some pins there, there. Ow, stab. Here, right here. Okay. And then exact same thing with this one. Gonna break apart some of my little stuffing bits. I've got to find a quicker way to do this than just by hand because I don't want the little chunky bits. I want them to be broken apart into the little wispy clouds like they're supposed to be. That's some good stuff. So many bits. If this was just the body, it would be fine, but because it's going to be this small little enclosed area, I don't want any of the little bits because it's not going to come apart inside ever. Okay. Hopefully that'll be enough for here. Maybe not. Oh, that's actually pretty good. Ah, that was a good amount. I'm gonna have a little bit more into that bottom second one. That was pretty good. Put my stuffing over there. I won't need that for a bit. I think okay. Can go back over to the black. Woo! And I can put these guys in here. Oh, I might actually need more pins. Okay, well, we'll see. Maybe I can just replace these as I go. Further in. That's the okay. More pin there. Pins. I need you guys to behave right. Stuff goes inside that dart. That needs other side. And then I need this to attach. Needs a out the top in it. Tuft, thank you. Centered down the face. I'm gonna put here. Okay, there we go. And again, that is going to go on the stabilizer. don't need that foot. Now I need my 1/4 inch foot again. And I need the needle to stay threaded. That would be helpful. Good. Fabric to stay down flat. That would be great too. I'm off the tuft. Back. That's the end of that dirt. That should be good. Okay, there we go. There's that tuft. Okay. Cool beans. And everything is good. The stuffing's supposed to be fantastic. And where did I put the other tuft? Ah, here it is. Because I'm going to do the exact same thing with the other tuft. And first I'm going to get a drink. And then I'm going to do the same thing with the other tuft. Okay. This one has still got some red thread in it. We don't need any of that red thread. Pull that out. And then the exact same thing with tuft, where it's going to go in just under the allowance. Come on. Actually, I think I'm going to pin section. Then I can just squish it up against the pin. I can squish that up right there and pin in that. And then I will use the pin that was already there for the next section. Good. Pinch you up where you're supposed to be. Come on. here. Another pin here just to keep it folded in half. One more right here at the end of that start. Those two together. Okay, that should be good there. Put it on the stabilizer. Quite start this start there, so I'm going to go back a little bit. Those stitches. Yep. Okay. There we go. Go forward now. Now you're good to go. Pokey stick. That's the edge of tuft. Back up. Okay, so that's that dart. Oh, I need the red ears for the backs of. There we go. There's that tuft, and it's covered in fluff. That all gets brushed off at the end because otherwise everything is always covered in fluff. Oh, I do need to snip this thread. Oh, these guys and that guy also gets. Yep. And that guy. Okay. So there's the two front faces. Woo! Good. They do need a couple of little tack down stitches on the inside right here before they can actually be stitched to the backs. So they are done for now. The backs need the red ears on them. I also need to sew up the darts on the backs there. Where's my ear back? Ear back. Okay. Because even though these are red, they're going to go on with the black section. Oops, I never snipped that inside. Okay. Where's. Okay. These guys. Oh, I'm going to need another piece of stabilizer because I completely used up that last one. That. Oh, this one works. This is the good side. So, good side goes inside. And we're starting right on the edge. Going a little bit. There we go. This one doesn't matter as much if it is completely centered or not because it just lays flat. There's no embroidery to get it away, so I didn't have to pin these guys. Done with that. Here, lay. Yep. So go right back to the edge, forward. Right there. Cool. Okay. And then I just want to check this to make sure there is no little peaks. Nope, that looks good. Oh, you know, it's a little bit peaky right there. I could probably do that one time. Just get rid of that stabilizer there. Whew. Well, you don't need to keep the stabilizer. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. This goes here. Flat. This is bad side on the inside. Bad side on the outside. Good side on the inside. And then top side. Okay, let's see how that turned out. That looks good. Okay. Very cool. Okay. So I need to cut out the little circles. Yes, the little circle there for the ear. And then that ear needs to be pinned in place. Okay, that's where the ears go. I'm gonna do the same on this one. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna be pinning these in place. Ooh, I'm gonna need more pins than that. Okay, I need more pins than I'm gonna get my other pin cushion. Swap those two out. Now I have more pins. Ugh. Then these get squished along this edge so that they line up properly. Start with those little dots that I made on the ear fabric. There we go. So that's all pinned together now. And do the same thing with the other ear, lining up the outside edges first and then move. I'm putting two pins in, that way I have one side of the fabric. Keep it from rolling over in either direction. And then the pins on the inside, I'm actually alternating every other one to each side. It just kind of keeps the fabric straighter. That's the two edges. And I've got the center. Pins just to have pins on the opposite side. There we go. Okay, so there's two little cat ears on the back. After that, I will need to get the red, or these will go into the red pile because the ears actually will be sewn to each other, the two red ears, like the front ears, back ears. Because on the purr balls, I actually stuff them through the front of the ear. Gives me the smallest amount of needing to hand sew stuff and the easiest to hide the stitches if I do right in the front of. Normally, when I'm stuffing something, I leave a stuffing hole in the center of the back or in the butt to get stuff through the butt. Because that's the easiest place to hide the stitches, but because the purr balls are just kind of round and they don't have a nice butt to hide in, the front of the ear is actually better. Go. Give that a stretch, all up. And I'm going to do that first third. Or I'm going to get a fluff in my. Rude. Super rude. There we go. And give that another stretch so I can see where that third is supposed to go. And then the center part. Ear and final ear. And then side, line up those edges. There's the two edge pins. Now I stretch it to figure out where it all lines up. That all up. First third goes right there. I think I'm gonna need. And one final pin. Okay, there we go. Ears are ready to stitch on. I do need more stabilizer for this. Just fiddle around. This just looks really dark to me. Black fat. I swear my room is very well lit right. It must be just because I'm working with like black fabric. That's good lighting, right? Eh. I wish this was a white tape. I was contemplating putting some kind of a cover on it, make it white just so it's a little bit lighter. But that's like a want, not a need. So I'm not gonna do that right away. Okay, and push you down there. Cookie stick. Make sure that I can feed everything through. Oops. Oh, you are not ripping nicely. Come on, dude. Dude. You don't need this stabilizer. Let go. Okay, so there's the back of the ear, the face. Dude, let go. Fur. You lost your thread. I see that. You want to try that again? You good? Okay. Let's actually stitch with some thread now. Novel concept. Edge. Really giving that a good stretch. And where's your black edge? Let me pull that back up. Right there, okay? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So the back of that head is done. Got its little red ears. I need to put the front of the ears on here, but that will be red thread around it. So this is going to go actually into red pile, even though it is remarkably not red. Uh, these guys, I think go to hand stitching. Actually, they're going to be over there. Stabilizer. That'll stretch. There. Okay, there's one more ear, and now the final ear. Ow, don't stab me. That is so rude. Black fabric go. Rude. You good? Okay. Grip to the edge and back. Trim that. Peel that right off. Woo! Sure. We'll just get caught everywhere. That's cool. Oops, missed one. Okay, and there's the other ear there. There's the back. That will also go with the red. And I'm going to go back to the rest of the black stuff. And I am going to need more stabilizer, probably. Yeah, get the one crown on there. That's okay. I have lots of it. I cut off the extras from the uh embroidery bits. Ow, don't stab me. The embroidery bits that I do so that I can use extras for sewing. Again, an entire little pouch full of them. That little blue pin problem now, so that out. Right up to that edge. Give a little back stitch, lock it all in place, and that should be good. Okay, so that's one crown. There we go. Yep, the little tiny bits of stabilizer make that much easier to see the outline. I think I'm going to actually leave them in there so I can trim it up easier. Toss that over onto, actually, that's going to be the hand sewing pot. I don't need my fluffy stuffing quite yet. That's going to be hand sewing because I need to cut that out and then just hand stitch the bottom onto it. The 3 lambs and, well, 2 lambs and 1 goat that I'm making right are going to be with the crown sewn onto their heads. So I don't actually need to um, machine sew the bases onto the crowns because they don't need to look pretty. They're going to be hidden in the head fabric. Okay. That stabilizer I'm going to just count as done. Give it a crash. Here's another bit. Ah, blue pin. This is the one that was very close to the edge. Good there. There's a second and sewing bits as well. So toss that bowl. I might be able to put this guy right here. Yeah, good enough. Okay. That little blue is gonna problem. One more. We don't need that. To get rid of that. No reason to keep. Okay, there is the third crown. Rip that off. Wow, or not. We don't have to rip off. That's fine too. Because I went right up to the edge of it, so it was already torn there. There we go. Okay, so there is the crown, and I've also got the base right there. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get a base out of that back piece. That might be slightly too small, but it's fine. I'll put that in the hand sew pile. And now I've got these guys. Now I really, instead of pin, should be using clips just to kind of hold them together. And one more clip right here. Just to kind of hold that and the fluff together while I am stitching. I do fluff it out this way a little bit more just so I'm not catching that on my dart. Get rid of all this stuff. Don't think I need to start on stabilizer for this. The Minky definitely needs a stabilizer underneath. Keeps it from stretching wildly, crazily out of shape. This stuff is annoying to cut, but kind of nice to sew. I say that and it immediately gets caught on. What are you doing? There. You good? You good? Trim your thread there. Okay, so that's the dart at the base of the lamb's body. Oh, he's covered in bosoms. There's the dart at the bottom of the lamb's body. None of the fur got caught, but it does need to be pulled out just from where it was trimmed. That's good. Bottom of the body there, get in, or a little clip, a pin. And then here, I want to make sure is hot. Pull it out that way. Here. So many fuzzums everywhere. Okay. Nothing got caught. So we're all good there. That's the front and back of the body. This one is small enough that if it does get caught, it won't be noticeable. So I'm going to just stitch this as is. That way, and then stitch. Oh, this I probably could put um, stabilizer behind. That was not bad, actually. That was probably gonna be. Good. And fourth one for the back of the head. Okay. So there's the darts for the back of the head, and they're small enough that if it catches it's completely covered over. Oof. Fluffy fabric will any roughness on your skin. Crazy. Okay. This. Oof, fish. Oh, that silver is so light. Difficult to see. Ow. There's that. Half. Phew. Come on. Okay. So there's all the darts on the face. Oh, get rid of all that fluff. There we go. There's the 4 darts on the face. The body can still be stitched together. That going to cut away some of this extra fluff again. Things that get caught in the seams need to go away. Okay. Then I'm sewing the bottom bits together on either side of the leg. The leg actually gets hand sewn in so small. I could technically sew one side of the leg here and then one side of the leg to the other side and then stitch them together, which is the exact same thing that I do for the uh, cat ears, where I stitch the ear onto it. Is this fuzzy? Oh, they're cool. He needs to be. So I could do it like the cat ears, but because this fabric does not stretch as much as the cat ears, I would have to snip it to give it a little bit of ease, and that just kind of reduces the strength of the fabric right there, especially with the stuff I'm using. So it actually becomes slightly easier for me to hand sew it in and make sure that everything is that way. This part I can probably use the clips. And you begin right here. Okay, I'm actually going to pin right there. don't think I actually need that pin. I'm going to do a little clip. And then same on this side. Oh, all that fur inside. This is right where the arm is in. I'm going to put a pin there because I don't want to stitch any higher than that because I do need to put the arm in and then hand sew up the top above the arm. Tuck all the fur in. When I'm tucking it, I'm also making sure that I'm tucking the inside fur, not just the stuff on the edge, because I am going to be sewing a 1/4 inch. So I want to make sure that all of that, the fluff is flattened in, not just the stuff on the edge. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to begin stitching at that pin. This is where I would love to have my fixed because you just catch everything. And I'm just extra reinforcing that area right there, right where that pin goes. Go right up to that foot, do some reinforcement there, foot and the leg. Oops, there's one pin there. That's another reason I don't like using the pins on the super fluffy material because it's very hard to see. Okay. There we go. So there is the goat body. And the little holes. Where's the other hack? Okay. Holes are there. Just very, very small little guys. There we go. There's the goat body. Goat face. Goat face can't be stitched together until I have the ears done, which will be gray. I think I'm going to do red and then I'll do gray. Because that will give me the ears, and then I can put the ears right into the gray face. The body is, these guys are not done yet. The body is done. That just needs to be stitched. These guys need to be sewn together with black thread once the gray is done. So I'm going to put them off to the side. But I'm going to do red and then gray. And then I'll come back to other colors. Okay. I need the little ear bits for this guy. So these are the front ear bits. I could actually probably pin here. They don't have to be scrunching up in front of myself here. Put my way up. That's hand sewing bits. This and this are later bits. There we go. It's been about 3 hours. Got a little bit longer before my microphone kills itself. Ow. Okay. And so on this, I'm just going to line up. Woo! Edges. And oops, this one's a little bit longer, so it does need little bit past the other red one. I made them extra long so I'd have extra fabric to sew with. There, this goes. Okay, one ear on. I'm gonna just pin the top of this one first. Side. A little bit of extra. I'm coming around to the other side so I can pin every other way. Ooh, that pin has been hit a couple times. That one looks chunky. Okay, there we go. Oh, I want more pin there. Yeah. There's an ear. Oops. Going up a little bit more. There we go. Okay. So I've got those ears there. These ears, let's see, they go that direction. This fabric goes that direction. Perfect. Okay, those ones aren't going to be pinned, but what I will do is probably stitch a cross between them just to kind of hold them in place, or maybe around the edges. So they'll be like pinned by thread there. The edges of the two capes also need to just be stitched up, but that's just a tiny little bit, so not too much red. That shouldn't be too long. Move on over here. Need red thread. There we go. Oh, whack, smack. That. Okay, let me move these guys out of the way. This goes here. that is all that really needs to be done on these capes. Everything else is done in the embroidery machine, but it's just slightly too big. So it can't quite reach those edges. So I just have to do the last little bit, that last curve on each. The other alternative would have been to make the lamb and everything like 10% smaller, but I figured this would be better than like resizing every bit of my pattern. So there we go. That is all that that cape needs. Little bits. And that is done. There's that. Oops. What are you doing? What is this? I don't need this. Okay. There's my capes. Put those out of the way. Oops. Actually trim that before I get too many stitches. Move this over just slightly. There we go. Okay. Oh, my fingers are all sorts of green. Okay, so that's probably good to pin it all down in place. And I'm gonna do nice small stitches so I can go around the shape. And then right up to the edge, this is with the seam allowance on the bottom, so I will just trim right along that line. Oh no, bobbin thread is running low. Let's see if I can do that final ear before I run out of bobbin thread. So far so good. I ran out. Did not make it around the ear. Empty bobbin. Okay. Shouldn't use a plastic foot when you're refilling the bobbin from the needle because the thread is going to rub up against it and eventually would wear through it. Metal foot on. And go there. Pre-wrap a little bit of it just so it fills that bottom part first. These are special bobbins supposed to fill the top part, and I don't like that. Welcome back, Pick. And then we can go back to the plastic foot just so I can see my stitches. And then we're going to just start at the top of the ear. And there we go. Okay. There's my 4 ears. Toss that up there. And then these ears. This is the 1/4 inch foot again. So we can go back to my metal foot. This start right there. I'm going to feed through a little bit first. Yeah. Good. Flipped the pin there. Didn't run it over, but definitely flipped it. Good look. Oh no, my pin cushion! Did it again. I put 2 on the wrong. Yeah, you ran over the edge. Why would you run over the edge? There we go. So there's one ear. Flip that back that way. Just want to check the inside there, make sure, or I guess the right side, the outside, make sure it looked good. Do the original. And there we go. That ear, flip that to check that one, make sure good. Yes. All good there. Okay, I can flip that back out. Okay, so there's the head with the 2 little ears, that's the back of the head. And then this one, let you down. We're gonna start at the last stitches. Okay. Oops, didn't quite get to the edge, so I need to do a little bit more stitching on that one. Missed the edge. Should be going down to the black. It ended right there, so I'm short about oops. Put you back underneath here. Line you back up. You good? Okay. There we go. Yeah, there. Now I've made it to the black. Good there. And we're gonna start right there. How you like that? That line back a bit. And there we go. Okay, so that's all 4 ears. These guys are now done. They're going to go back over to here. They need to be stitched onto the black, which I'm back here. So they need to be stitched onto black. That will be the same as the goat once the goat has its ears. That needs a little hand stitching. I do have to do that before black stitching. These guys need to be cut out because they are going to be stitched into the gray. And I've been streaming for almost 4 hours, so I should also get a new microphone so that it doesn't die on me and then I don't realize for hours. Yes, I remembered. I did not actually set a alarm for myself, but I remembered at least. So that counts for something. ears. Maybe they are. Who knows? I did not update my to-do list. Okay, little ears. Flip them and pull off all the rough fuzzies. Oh, many fuzzies. Okay, there we go. Those four there. Everybody is covered in fuzzums. Okay. Okay, so the gray is going to be next. The ears are going to go on there. Once I have the little tiny darts stitched, then they will go together. Let me see what I have in way of legs. I need 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. There's 6 of the little feet. I need the legs. I need 6 legs in total. So 1, 2, 3. Those are all circles. That's 4. I have 4 legs. I only have 4 legs. Well, okay. I guess I can make 4 legs. Where is my little gray scrappy bits? Gray scrappy bits. You're the same. Yes, you are. I can trace 2 more legs out of here. There's my sewing pattern. And is that the leg? Whoa, where'd you go? Leg. Yes. That goes there. One more leg. Probably should have double checked the. Yes, okay, that was the right direction down. Okay, so that will be right there. That will be 6 legs that I need. Uh, these I do kind of need to cut up though. One, two, three. Four, 5, and 6. Oh, that one's going to be very close on the edge. I'm going to actually pin that now. Okay, so those are just pinned so that I can stitch on the edges there. I don't actually need to do anything with the little foot circles. I can put them back in whatever bag they came from. Ears, arms, where did I put the feet? Where did I put the feet? What? Ah, there we go. I put them with the bats, obviously. Feet are there, don't need the sewing pattern for the feet. How many arms I have? Do I have only 4 arms as well, or do I have all 6 of them? 1, 2, 3. That is also going to get pinned. Ow! Stabbed myself. Because I do think I can fit another half. Yeah, I'll retrace the half arm there. So I can get 3 out of there, 3.5. There's 4.5. Uh, oh, I found what happened to the legs. I have 2 legs here. Well, now I'm going to have 2 extra legs. That's fine. So I'm going to have 6.5 arms and 8 legs. Make a lamb with 4 legs and 2 arms. Really make it an eldritch god. Okay, these are the goat ears. I have 1, 2 goat ears. I need 4 lamb ears. That goes there. What is this? This one goes here. That's 2 there. There's 3 and 4. Okay. All of these extras I don't need right now. I just need the 4 ears, so I'm going to put them back. 4 ears for the 2 lambs, 2 ears for the goat. That pile goes there. This is extra little scrappy bits that goes back in my scrappy bit pile. And I have little face and ears. Okay. So that all comes over to the sewing machine now. The ears I'm probably going to pin in just sitting here at the sewing machine so I can actually transfer my pin over. For now, we're good there. Okay. Because I have to do the little dart in the face first. which won't really change the shape, but it does change the like puckering of the fabric so that there's no like little wrinkle at the top there. Gray. Yes, I don't red thread. I need gray thread, which I am running low on. I need to get more thread soon. Okay. Fold in half. Oh, I do need stabilizer for where I can use this shreddy up bit. That's great. Okay. That's the crown from the lamb. You need you to lay here together. Are you equal? You are here. And then we're going to just have the tiniest of little darts right at the top there. And then I'm going to have one right down. It doesn't change the shape a lot. It just adds a little tiny curve bend to it. But it will matter once I start stuffing it. Waypoint there. There we go again. Same right at the bottom, just a tiny little bit, just a tiny, tiny little curve there. Good there. And a little bit there. Okay. Woo! Throw it. Okay. Now I need to attach the ears, and the ears are going to be like right there. So I flip them over, and oh, it's such a light green. And then I just want to line up right there. That one goes there. So I've got little tiny markings on the inside of the ear so that I can line them up on the back of the head. Just to make sure that they go around that curve at the same points. there, and then that edge goes right there. And there it is. So it has to go around the curve a little bit weird just because if you match the curves on each side, it'll be lumpy when it's finished. So it has to be lumpy when it's unfinished and get the non-lumpy. A lumpy little ear there. So we're going to do the same thing up here where I find the edge. Here. There. Where'd you go? Right there. There. And then we go to the edge. Okay, and there we go. We got 2 lumpy ears. Then we can get, oh, I need to put the darts in the back. Can't sew the back on until it has the darts. Okay, there's the back. Here's the other back. Where'd my dots go? There's dots. Go, and one last dart. And oh, I also need to get the cording. I can put the cording on these. I guess I'm doing that also before I stitch the faces on because I want to be center it there. Okay, I need the backs plus the cording. So both of my machines are pretty well behaved today. Thomas is good. He's finished for the day. Bernard is back from repair. However, he only had 2 of his 3 issues actually fixed. They were not able to fix the final issue. So that's a thing. But he is back and he is working for now. And then after my next 2 big uh convention bits, I will be having him fixed yet again. So the issue that he's having right now is that just barely visible here at the top of the screen. I have buttons on the front of him that he's supposed to put his foot down or like raise it up just a tiny bit, or he's supposed to lift it and then lift it extra high. And when he lifts extra high, these little teeth underneath that actually are what move the fabric, like are pointing so it's not in the way. There's these little like teethy bits. Can I zoom in? Oh, I can kind of zoom in. I can't point very well. But like these little metal teeth that are underneath here are supposed to drop down into the machine to get out of the way. They're not dropping. So when I put his foot up and down, they don't drop. They stay up. And that's kind of troublesome in that when I'm trying to put like fabric that shreds apart underneath here, I need to get these little triangles out of the way because they're kind of sharp. They grab the fabric and pull it through. And if they're not dropping, they try to grab that fabric. So I have a workaround that I can put something on top of them. I can cover them over, but that's just an extra process. And like part of the reason I spent as much money as I did on this dude is that he drops his teeth like that. Um, so the fact that he's not doing that is just an issue. Yeah, he needs a muzzle for his teeth. He's not be eating my fabric. Oops, I flipped that. Okay. I think that's where I want it. Oh, it is not. Hold down just a little. There is line. My stitch lines. Actually, I'm gonna put it on the front of the face because that's the stitching line I'm gonna be looking at, not this one. Okay. So I just have to work around the ears that I've now pinned in place. Where is your stitching line? Stitching line is right there. Need to be right here. Good. See, like this right now would be a good time to have those teeth down. There we go. Now we have the loop. And that will stitch right here. We'll have just the small little loop. Tiny little loop. Very hard to see. Tiny little loop there. And then I'll have a jump ring that goes through that and then everything attached. Okay, I'm going to put the other loop on before I stitch or before I pin the ears in place. There you go. Oh, where's your stitching line? That's there. Center. Good. There's another loop. Okay, now I can pin the ears in place on here. My edge. That one. Where'd you go? Oh, I skipped one. That's why. Uh-huh. Okay, that was the wrong line. This line goes here. Okay. That's why I was missing a line. This line goes here. There. And then go to the edge. There we have a crumpled up little ear. Whew. This one. Edge. Go. And that is the correct line this time. And then the edge. There we go. Some more lumpy little ears. And my noise. Okay, there we go. It's probably a mechanical issue. I was able to like reinstall any of the software and reset to like factory default settings and everything, and that changed nothing. So it's probably something mechanical down underneath that I don't know how to fix. and the repair person I took it to also did not know how to fix. So he fixed the two other issues, which was just the tension and thread issues, and then gave me some recommendations for people to take Bernard to for that third issue. That looks good. And each of these little pins is lining up with one of the lines on the back, which means I did my job properly. Okay. I'm gonna put a couple more pins just around the corners here, but this line doesn't matter as much as the other side line does, so that's just to kind of keep it in place as I go around, not to align those stitches. And this one in place the same way. Go, and those line up as well. Very cool. And the bottom. And one there and here just to keep the fabric together. Okay, bling, what's happening? message. Oh, my website has been updated. Thank you. Like, okay. Little gray bits. And I am not beginning right at the bottom because I have to leave a hole so that I can flip this little guy inside out. Okay. Oop. Redo that little line right there. Get closer in. I pulled it just a tiny bit as I was stitching. There we go. Okay. I need my tiny flippy tool. Oh, a very belated welcome back, Silas. Just in time for me to see how this guy flips. Ta-da! There we go. A little man. I still need to trim down the seams inside, so this is not fully finished, and it needs to be washed so that I can get rid of the stabilizer that's underneath the eyeballs. But there we go. And the little loop, which will get some of the hardware, or the jump rings will just connect to each other. Ring. You ring. And it'll look something like that. Or that, I guess. There we go. That's the first little dude. Now I have to do the second little dude. I might have to correct right there. Yeah, move the needle just a little bit. So that needs. Yeah. That looks good all the way around. Then this little guy gets flipped as well. There's a second little face. Whoops, he's got an extra little thread he doesn't need. And there's number 2. And now I'm doing a whole bunch of legs and limbs and shit for Lambos. Lambos and goatee boys, because that is still gray, so same color there. And then after that, I will be finishing up the purr balls with the black. And yeah, so I will have them mostly done today. They do need to be washed and dry overnight, so I will not be finishing them today. But tomorrow will be, I can stuff all 4 of those little guys and then hand stitch them closed and then mail them out. Okay, there's one goat ear. Oh, didn't quite start in the right place there. Let's go backward. Okay, now let's go. There's 2 goat ears. Right up into the. There's 3 ears. Or ears. 5 ears. Okay, there's all the ears. Ah, there's so many lamb bits. Technically, this won't be all of the gray after I finish this. I will need to go back to the legs and add the bottoms of the feet onto them. But I think I'm going to hold off on that for a while so I can go to the black, finish the black stuff. And then after that, I'll probably do the white bits just so I have more lamb bits. Like I'll come back and do the leg bits last because the legs don't get attached by machine; they get hand, so it doesn't need to be done until I'm ready to hand sew. So it's like one of the last steps. Fingers are so blue. They started green. Now I'm getting some blue into them. The black markers I use are usually just like a really, really dark blue ink. Like that's how they make the black. So when it comes off of my fingers, I turn blue. Right up on the edge of the fabric there. Cassie probably should have left a little more space than she did. I guess I didn't actually need, did I? I've got 2 extra legs now. Oh well, this will be fine for the next of Lambos I make. Did both sides, okay. That's a little bit close there. Okay, pinning that down just so it doesn't shift at all, because that's a little close on the edge there. Okay, there we go. That's all the gray bits. Now I can cut out the goat ears, which were somewhere at the bottom, goat ear and goat ear. One goat ear, and here's the second goat ear. Before I do this machine sewing, I do have to hand sew a little bit. I gotta get the tuft on the purr balls to go down to the side instead of sticking up like a little mohawk. So instead of just straight up centered, I just need to tilt it a little bit, keep that tilt to it. That way it looks like fluff. Where did I put my needles? There they are. Black thread. Okay. Flip you over. You're all nice and lined. Did I get both? I did. Okay. Only the first layer. Won't be doing that. Dude, one layer. Thank you. You good? Okay. And there we go. There's the little tuft just slightly tipped to one side. There we go. And then nip off the extra thread there. That should be enough for the other little dude. And exact same thing on this one. Ooh, go. And then tie that off there. And there we go. There we go. Now it's just tilting slightly to the side, giving it the more fluff rather than mohawk look. And now I can attach the backs on these little guys. Oops, I need my pins again. My pins. Another pin here. Oh, well, it helps if you put it in the right way and not backward. Let's try that. Better. Okay, so repinning that because we want the right sides together, not one inside out. And this side, it's gonna get pinned together. Thank you. couple more pins. Just don't want it sliding around because that's what Mochi does. Woo! And then probably 2 more pins in that. Move that over. Okay, there we go. That's all the way around there. There you go. One more here. There. There, and then one more. Okay, then top of the head. Move his fluff out of the way. And line up those seams. And then 2 more on this side. Right up edge of ear. So the edge of the ear does not get sewn because that's where I'm going to stuff him. And the rest of it all the way around does. Okay, so those 2 are ready to sew. Now the goat ears need to be pinned in place. An antelope rush. Welcome in, antelopes. I'm a moose. So we're cousins. Hi. Oh, you're fat freeze right. Hello. I am indeed making plushies. Right now I mostly have a pile of mess. Um, I did just finish these little guys for Silas, who I think is still here in chat. So I've got these little guys that are going to be little keychains, and then this is a Purball version of that will eventually look something like this, which this face was just like grafted onto a different Purball. So very Hannibal Lecter-esque. And I have a couple of Cult of the Lamb, Cult of the Goat that I'm working on, but they are still currently in bits. So I have bits today. Hearts of plushies. And where does this ear goes right here. I'm trying to get multiple things done today. So I'm working on everything kind of piecemeal. Where did I put my clips? So instead of completing one thing at a time, I'm going through color by color and just stitching together each color and then coming back for the next color. So I'm finishing up the black thread stuff right now, which is the little purr balls and the goat face. After that, I will go to the white and I can put together the lamb face. I have a whole bunch of limbs and everything, arms and legs just kind of hanging out there. That ear is good. Okay. Where'd the other ear go? There's my ear. But I am aiming to have all of these things done today or tomorrow. Well, mostly tomorrow because I have to wash all the marker off of them. I draw on them, all the lines and everything are in washable Crayola marker so that I can wash it away afterwards. But that means I actually do have to wash it away. Otherwise, I would send a plushie to somebody's house, and the next time it gets wet, it would just bleed color everywhere. So I have to give them a bath before I stuff them and finish them up. It also comes off on all of my fingers all the time. So over the course of the day, I just vaguely turn blue and green. Sometimes I turn other colors, but that just depends on what color marker I was working with. Most of the time, it's the darker colors, so blue and green. Yeah. Yeah. I had a bat that I did not wash out, got wet, and it kind of turned vague. It was a white bat. I didn't use like red, so it wasn't bleeding, but I had used yellow, so it turned vaguely yellow, and it did not look good. Okay, so there's my goat face, with his little ears folded over. Gotta put the back of his face on him. This part needs to be pinned quite a bit. So this is gonna take a while. So hello, Antelope. What were you doing today? Because I'm gonna just be sitting here and pinning things for a bit. Overwatch, Peak, and Karaoke. I just saw somebody playing Peak a couple days ago, and that looks like an amazingly fun and funny game. Where's that fluff coming? Whatever, I no longer care. Playing till 3 a.m. Wow, yeah, that's a good game there. Like, wow. Yeah, the person I was watching play it, Brush for Hire, who's another streamer here, uh, he was playing on his lunch break with another friend, and he found a bugle and proceeded to just toot the bugle at any opportunity. And then he died and he lost his bugle and he was so sad about it. Okay, 2/3 done. Maybe a little less. So many pins. I have to put lots of clips around this edge. Otherwise the fur sticks through, and I don't want to stitch the fur down because then you see it on the front. And just toot the bugle. See, but you're actually using it for like probably intended purposes at that point. I think the actual use is just annoy the heck out of your friend while they're trying to talk. Serenading capybaras too. I don't usually play a lot of games just because I'm usually sewing stuffed animals together constantly. Just sewing things, making things. But I like watching other people play games. I'm also just terrible at like eye hand coordination. So I usually watch people play games and like live vicariously through them that way. You didn't see the cappies? No. What did I do here? What are you doing? You good? You're just a terrible little dart there, full of fur. Why are you so fluffy? Okay, I'm trimming that fur because that's on the inside and it's bothering me. Go away. We didn't need that fur. Where are you? Right. Okay. Line up those two edges. Okay. True. Not getting hit by a needle. That's about where I tap out though. Like that's as much as I've got. Hello, Alt. The one antelope left well behind. Okay, so 3 faces ready to sew. They're going to be the last bits of black. Potato lope. Where'd my black thread? Oh, I put it on the table. I was using it. Okay. 3 faces. Back to sewing. This is going to be my 1/4 inch foot. Okay. I am going to sew the goat first, and I can flip him and show him off. I need my little container for clips so that I can put them away. Oh, smack the camera, sorry. Good. This is again one of those times that I need a drop to feed dogs. So this is Bernard. He's slightly broken right now, but he's still sewing, so it's good enough. I'm not going to get him fully repaired until after my conventions this year. Okay. What are you stuck on? Good? We're moving it? We're not moving it? Why are we not moving? You good? It's just burst. I don't have a magnet for buttons. Grab that. Whoops. A little bit more fluff sticking out there. That's fine. It's just from the dart. And what are you getting caught on? Answer should be nothing. Good. Stop catching on things. Oh my god. I can see you. You're catching on that. Uncool. Okay. That's all the way around the head. Let me. Ooh, that's really close to the edge on that ear. A little close on this side, but at least it's even all the way around. That got really close there. So I am going to fix that top corner there. Also, that's gray thread in the bottom. I forgot to change it to black. That's gray. Not that will matter on this guy because he is just so solidly fuzz. But it will matter on the mochi, so I should have black in the bottom there. Okay, that face is all good. Flip that head. Not that. There we go. Goat plus ears. Like he's got the little fluff on the top of his head there. So the lamb actually gets like a little cloud puff on top, but the goat was so fuzzy to begin with. It did not need an extra fluff. It just completely hid it anyways. So there's the goat to go with the lamb. Goat of the cult there. Totally not late. Well, you're in good company with Altariana, so thank you for giving the shout out as well. I am nowhere near my computer. Also, drink. Okay. Now I can get these little guys sewn up. We're not going backwards, we're going forward. And we're using small stitches for this because this is in fabric where the small stitches will be hidden. And we're not doing this loop. That's not happening. We're not tying knots. We're good. Thank you. There is a puff on the top of the head inside that I am making sure I am not running over and stitching into the seam. Whew. Top stitched there. Let me sure that I've got it to the ears. I do. Perfect. You're folding under. That's uncool. Okay, we don't need that fluff. That is lamb fluff or goat fluff. We need you to be right here, and we are going to go backwards so that we connect with the ear. Oh, one more stitch. Okay, now we can go forward. And this is the super stretchy mochi mink. So it needs to be stretched as it's being sewn a bit. Otherwise, when you go to squish and stretch it after it's all sewn together, the thread will not stretch with the fabric and the seams pop. You need stitches plus a little bit of tension. Works really well on the mochi mink. And pins. It needs pins. Up to the ear, then go backwards to lock her in place. That should be good. Pull all my pins out. And then we checked my seams. A little bit off there. I went outside the circle. Redo that section. That all looks good. Did I get to the edge of here? I did. And I did. Perfect. Okay. And this guy gets flipped through the ear. You have an extra long thread that you don't need. Thank you. And I can shake off all the fluffies. And there we go. Ta-da! So the ears are not sewn down. That's actually where I'm going to put the stuffing through into the face. The little tuft of fur is already stitched and stitched down to the one side, so it actually like looks like fluff and not just straight up like mohawk sort of thing. It needs to be brushed to get rid of all of this extra fuzzies that it collects because this is like a micro fabric that like works to collect dust really well. Or dust, fabric dust, fuzz really well. And there we go. And there's little bits of plastic still around there, which is why he's going to get a bath. But he can go over and join the other faces. And on to the second little guy. In between the ears. Yep. Extra space. It would be so nice if you could drop your teeth for me, Bernard. No, you're a jerk. Back to the ear. We're going to go back just one or two more. We're good there. Okay. Pokey stick. Go, gotta check that, make sure I got the ear. I did. Good. Underneath here. I'm going to start by going backwards to the edge of here. Ow. Pin. Rude. I'm going to probably redo right there. Yep, it jumped a little bit right there, so I'm going to straighten that back up. Else. Everything else looks good. Okay, flipping you. Oh, I didn't check the ears. Touch. Nope, you're short. Okay. Actually, I need a couple more stitches up this ear. Now you're good. And there we go. A second little face. Ta-da! Oh, okay. Bye, Silas, if you're still here. If not, bye from afar. I'll have your little dudes finished tomorrow and in the mail. Uh, oh, okay. Well, don't pinch your fur there. Silly goat. Okay, goat's face is done. Limbs are done. I don't really want to cut them out right now. Yes, these little guys are going to be keychains. So I have the bits for them. They just need to have their jump rings closed up and everything, which means I have to go digging through my tool chest for my pliers because I was using them at a craft fair and I did not put them back where they're supposed to be, so I have to go find them now. But I have to close up the jump rings and then they will be little keychains. Also need to be stuffed because right now they are just very flat, empty keychains. They will be more like pillow shaped um once I stuff them. Yeah, they're going to be little plush ones. I don't generally do coin purse ones because that involves like stitching zippers in place and I despise zippers. They are just such a pain to sew with. If I can not use a zipper, I will find a different way. Yeah, zipper's just not fun. Okay, so those faces are all done. I'm going to be sewing the white bits now, which are the two lamb faces. I can get the ears together for them and put them in as well. That I will actually cut out. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. There's some lamb ears. The lamb ears and goat ears are slightly different because the goat ears are a little pointier, whereas the lamb ears are very rounded at the bottom. Um, I had to make a new pattern shape for the goat ones. I'd made the lamb, Cult of the Lamb when the original game came out, actually before Devolver made their own plushie. And I was kind of glad that theirs looks different because if they made one that was too similar to mine, I'd be like, oh no, and I'd stop making them. But they're different enough, and mine are much larger. So, and I think they just did a limited run. They did like 4 or 5 runs of them, and they sold out in like 20 seconds each time. I'm not sure if they're making more lambs, but mine is much bigger than the official lamb and everything is, and it's not the same design. So I felt a little bit better about making that then. But the goat has a sharper ear shape, so I made a new pattern piece for that, and now he has pointy ears. Ah, that ear did not sew all the way. I need to go fix that ear. Ooh. Woo. So I need the gray thread again. There we go. And I don't want black. I want gray, which where did I put the gray? There it is. I got this for real now. Okay, you're all stitched up for real. Ah, had to change the thread just for that much. There we go. Now I've got my 4 ears. I actually need to cut these guys out. I did not cut around these guys. So let me do that. I tear that stabilizer off. We don't need that. Pizza wheel cutter, dude. This I can actually just cut through because the pile of the Sherpa, or like how fluffy, like the length of the fluffiness, is short enough that anything I cut short right here will just be in the seam allowance, so you won't see it anyways. With the goat, I had to actually go and like not cut the fur just because it's so long. Okay, there we go. So those faces are now cut out. Uh, did I put ear markings? I did. I put ear markings on the backs of the heads. So I can connect the ears to the backs of the heads once I have all of the little darts, these little corner triangles, once they're stitched together. So I've got 4 face shapes to do the darts on. I've got 2 of the little cloud puffs that go on top of the head. And oops, I need to cut out the bottom of the bodies. Woo! Or I'll just throw it randomly at the table. That works too. Okay. So I'm going to stitch up all of these white bits to make lamb faces and lamb bodies. After that, I just need to do the horns and the purple cape for the goat. Attach the ears to the faces. And then everything from there is hand sewing for these guys. And I'll need to, or I can cut these guys out. I will need to wash everything before I start hand sewing it together because it's easier to wash when they're piecemeal instead of everywhere. So, okay, I'm sewing white things. Just pile that right there. A lot of this Sherpa is not going to need pins or anything like that. Ugh. I can take the gray thread down. I don't need that anymore. White there, and I don't have a white bobbin. Really? That's wild. Okay. That's like the color I use the most of. Huh. In that case, to wind it different spool. There we go. Ran out of that thread. And I have like half of a full bobbin. Oh, I missed. Oh, whatever. I have to clean up the floor every night, anyways, just because I've got so many little fuzzies from all the fabric I cut. So now I just have all those fuzzies and an empty spool to throw away. Yes, absolutely, Antelope. Go sleep. Thank you for stopping by and bringing your entire herd. I really appreciate it. This would be another good to be able to put those little feed dogs down because this is another fabric that gets caught frequently. So Bernard, why you be broken, sir? Well, now I'm gonna get some brown all over me. Yeah, you can already see that it's kind of bleeding out into. Maybe I can see it's bleeding out into the white fabric there. Maybe not. Well, it looks much worse in person, but it's bleeding out into the fabric, so it's a good thing to just have. Give him a bath. Go. There's the front and back of one lamb. Whoops. Yeah, there's some purples there. So that one's bleeding. And this is why everybody gets a bath. There's a lot of purple slime in there. There's that one there. Three little bodies. Here's the fourth body. Okay, there's my four little body pieces. They're all rounded now. I'm going to put them aside and then connect them together once I've got the other bits. These guys, oh, I should actually be using the clear foot for because these guys get sewn on the lines. Clear foot's going to be open in the front and I can actually see what's going on better. So I think I'm going to do that. Ugh. Move that back over just a little bit. Move those bodies out of the way. Okay, there's the first little cloud head puff. Look at all that purple. That purple marker did not dry in the slightest. Need to go a little bit further in there. Don't catch the edge. Just so nicely for me, please. You cool? Okay. There we go. Two little clouds. Got some purple from off of the machine. Just nice little purple bits there. Uh, for the face, needs these little guys, these darts. Oops, that's gonna be the 1/4 inch foot again. There's one. There's gonna be what, 4 of these, so 16 total little darts. And I can attach the ears and heads together, cut things out, and then give everybody a bath. Go forward. Itch. Thank you. Okay, so there's the 4 little there. It just kind of gives it more of a square-ish shape. I'm kind of making half of a box for the head. Okay, that's the back of both heads. Look at all those fluffs caught in there. Everybody gets defluffed and a bath and cleaned up before they go home. Oh my gosh, they collect fuzzums from a craft room. Ow, don't hit me. There's the face, a little bit boxy. And last. Ow, you hit me again. Sure. And last dart. Okay, cool. That's the faces. Now back to the bodies. These I want to attach together, and I am actually going to clip these because I want that middle to line up. I want the little tiny circles here to line up. That's where the leg is going to attach in that little bit there. And then these dots here, I'm going to put a pin at because that's where I'm going to begin sewing. But I can't go any higher than that because I need to stick an arm in there. I'm going to actually pin the top section of those. And do there. Okay, flip that over. Up. Too much fluff. Fluff. Starting at the pin. Round. To the leg. And that's where I'm going to stop. Then on this side, going from that dot again. Do that circle. And then in between the two legs, there we go. Okay. So there's one body. I can flip it and I just have a little tiny pouch looking thing. So that's the body up until he gets his two little legs, which will just be right there. And maybe. Come on. Where'd your little leg go? Did I get too close? I think I got too close on that one. Did I go through? Yeah, I stitched too close to the little leg, dude. Oops. So I'm gonna have to just take a couple stitches out right there. Then I'll have my little leg, dude. Okay. Here. That there. That there. And then starting at the pin again. And I'm going to go around leg. Same with this one here. Let's start at that arm. To the leg. Here, the leg. Squish that underneath. Go to the other. Squish. Okay. So that's there. And then I went too far into which leg? This one. I'm going to just seam rip, pull those stitches out. Okay, there we go. Now I can put a leg right in there. Perfect. Okay. Ooh, take that pin out. There's my two bodies. The head still needs the ears. So they're not quite done. The puffs for the top of the head are done. That needs to be cut out and taken care of. The bodies are good for hand sewing. Oop. Okay, I've got the bodies and the head puffs. The ears need to go in the heads. Pin that in place. I'm going to just use a big yellow pin for that. So that ear goes, oh, that ear goes to the side. This ear goes to this side. Okay. So I've got right and left ear. Here's another left ear. And then this one needs to be a right ear. That will be right there. Again, with just one big yellow pin to kind of hold them in place. You know, they're going to be pinned with little pins, but for now, the big yellow pin will just not break or not bend at all. And I want to be able to get them in place first. So this is going to be the back of the head. Here's the front of the head. I'm bad at putting on ears in the right way. I frequently put in ears backwards, so have to be a little bit decisive or careful about how I'm putting them in. There's the back of the head. Here's the front of the head. Get your little ears, put them right over there. Okay. Normally I put them on the front of the face, but I didn't put the marks on the front of the face. I put them on the back of the head. So that goes there. These flip under in that direction. Okay. Like that. That's how the ears go on. This gets pinned right here. This gets pinned right here. There's a little pin right here. And do the same on the other ear. Two, and one more pin here. There we go. So that's how the ears go on the face. Bling. Oh, Fukushiro, if you are still here, thank you for the follow. My email says you followed. I did not notice that at all because I'm bad at Twitch alerts. These ears go here. If anybody else followed and my email just didn't tell me, thank you for the follows as well. I attempted to set something up where Mr. Moustache would say thank you for the follows. That's my little moosey dude right here. I wanted him to say thank you for the follows, and then I somehow broke him in an attempt to make him also say thank you for the raid. So now he says nothing. And he was supposed to also post in chat, like when somebody follows me, so I could actually see, and he doesn't. So I broke him. That was also a very low priority thing to fix. So once he broke, I was just like, whoops, never mind. I'll get around to fixing him eventually. Yes, yep, I was planning on getting in contact with Judo to help me out with that because, they're the ones who helped me set up the alerts the first time. It was, Stream Ele it was the website that I have stuck in my bookmarks. But I was also more focused on trying to get things made for conventions. So basically, I don't have any free time to actually sit down and figure out what I broke and then get help fixing it. So I've got two more major conventions for this year. Um, this is August, right? I've got one in September and one in November, I think, something like that. So at some point, I will have a couple of weeks where I'm not actively preparing for the next convention. And so I was planning on kind of just fixing things then and just going without until then. Because I'm not really sure what I did. I did manage to, well, this is part of how I broke the alerts. Um, Probably completely unrelated, but it all happened at the same time, so I'm going to consider it related. I managed to get it so that OBS will actually record what the cameras are showing, not the full like outline with like the blue and everything. So eventually, if I end up ever posting on social media, I have like the raw footage from all three of my cameras that I will be able to like make videos from. Um, like, will that actually happen? I have no idea, but I figured out how to do that, which was mainly I watched a dude with a YouTube video and just did exactly what he did, and it worked. And I was so proud of myself for following directions correctly. Um, but I actually have that recording now, so that was really cool. And it works. The first time I tried it, it worked two thirds. Two of the three cameras actually recorded. The third one, I figured out what I had done, and I just didn't tell it to record. Like the instructions are literally like set it up and then tell it yes record, and I set it up and then did not hit yes record and was wondering why it wasn't recording. But I did tell the other two cameras to yes record. So I was very pleased with myself, feeling very, very smart. And so I did fix the third camera. So it does actually record now. And eventually, if I do videos, I could like do from like start to finish showing off how I make a thing and do like short clips, whatever, from those videos for social media. Because I don't post on social media nearly as much as I should be. For like being an independent artist slash creator and like trying to sell things, I really need to be promoting myself, and I am not good at that. I am very bad at self promotion and remembering that like I actually have to show people the things I make. I can't just make them. Like people will not magically know as much as I want them to. So I need to show people. But it's just such a pain in the ass to remember to post. And now everything is like short form videos, and like I don't know how to do that at all. I have the type of personality where I cannot have TikTok because I will get lost in the endless scroll and like spend hours upon hours not realizing it. So I don't have TikTok, and so I've never learned anything with like short form video. I didn't do Vine either before that. It's not the kind of thing I can do. So I never learned how to do any of that, and now I do have to. They can help with TikTok as well. Okay. Yeah, I'm not good at TikTok at all. Every once in a while, I have a friend who will send a link to a TikTok video, and I will watch it. And that's about as much as I do on TikTok right now. I watch videos that are shown to me occasionally on TikTok. Although TikTok's been making it more and more hostile to actually do so. Um, they really, really want you to download their app, and I really, really don't want to. But that's really cool that judo is doing well on TikTok. Like that's awesome. Okay, face bits here. Uh, right there. I think I need one more right here to kind of keep that fluff inside. Okay. There we go. Um, I need two more pins just to kind of hold this ear together. There we go. Okay. And then those yellow pins I don't sew over. You're never supposed to sew over any pins. I do sew over my blue ones because if my machine hits them, it bends the pin instead of the machine. But the yellow ones will break a needle for certain, so I don't sew over those ones. Okay. Oh no, I need my little container for all these guys. Ugh. There we go. Put you right there. Back a little bit and forward. That is so much fabric in the corner. Around, good. Go, and now we're going up on way too much fabric right at this ear. That yellow pin is coming out. Oh no, I put the blue pin in there. That's not where the pin goes. There we go. Not running over that yellow pin. Okay. That's that face. I want to check the other side, make sure I got all the edges. Yes. That looks good. Okay. Now I can flip that face, check and make sure I got the ears in the right direction and they are facing the front of the face. Perfect. Yes, ears are in right. Fantastic. Ta-da! There we go. There's the little lamb face. Our favorite little cult leader. The best little cult leader. Gonna just put that face right there. I still need to flip these guys back inside out so that I can cut out the bits that need to be cut out before I wash them because they will vanish in the wash. So I need to do those cutting jobs before I wash everybody. But him face done. And not running over that little yellow pin. Whoops. Well, that I'm gonna have to recorrect. That one for sure. So actually, I'm gonna just fix that right now. Okay, we're gonna come back to here. You're not supposed to hit that pin. Oh, you bent him. He's super bent now. Okay, we're going to just correct that bit there. And then we're going to take out that little yellow pin. Oh. Okay, stop that. He broke his needle. God damn it, little dude. Ah. Er. Er. Where did I put the other little bit of needle? Ew. What? Where did I put that little bit of needle? Hang on, I need to repin this edge. Ow! Stab. Repin this edge right here. Let me toss that over out of the way. Yeah, pin sneak attack. So rude. But where did that sharp tip go? Not in here, is it? Because I am definitely going to stab myself on it. Unless I figure out where I put it and actually put it away in the sharps container. Oh, didn't fall underneath here or anything. I had it in my hand. I was holding it. Oh, you're fuzzy. You are fuzzy all over again. Oh, look how blue my fingers are. I'm turning purple as well. Hmm. Oh, there it is. Found it. Ha ha ha. I got the tip. There we go. Full needle required. Now put you down there. And both of those are going in the sharps container. And those fuzzies can go away. And Bernard, you can come back. Whoop. There we go. And while you are here, I'm you out. Provided I can figure out where I put my paintbrush. There we go. Gross, gross, gross. Not as bad as he's been sometimes, but he also was cleaned out just like last week. So we're getting fuzzy from perfect. And okay. Let's put you back together and get you a new needle, sir. You know, I'm also going to put a different plate on. Because this is the one I sent to the repair person, which has this little oval shape right here. I know how I work my. Yeah, that oval shape there. That's where the needle goes down through. I am going to use a singular hole. Just one. Yeah, focus. We're not going to do focusing. Focusing is for losers. We're not going to all, are we? There we go. Oh, wow. My fingers gross. So the single hole, which just keeps the machine from eating the fabric. quite as much as the oval shape hole does. Since he needs a full workup anyways, might as well. Oops, that's 2 needles. Only need 1. Put your foot down. You go. Ah, put your foot down. Good. Foot down, needle up, foot up. You're good. Okay. Now we can put your thread back in. And clam face. And foot up. Good. Okay, let's continue on. Get that ear up. Kneel down for me. Thank you. Get that ear in. And there we go. Check all the way around. Oops, that's a little close to the edge. I'm going to go around that one more time, just up the top edge to keep that in control. Go down, please. You got that. There you go. And then off the edge, and you're good. Okay. There we go. Now, Bernard and me are both completely disgusting, covered with everything. So I'm breaking out the baby wipes. And get rid of some of that purple on him. There. Ooh. A little bit of purple, a little bit of blue there. Good. And get that ligum off of your face, sir. Okay. There we go. He's no longer purple. I am still purple. I am still very, very purple and blue. That's fine. That comes off later. Okay. So now everything is. Wait. Oop. Nope. These guys. Ha. I was like, everything is sewn. Nope, I still have brown and purple left to sew, and then everything will be sewn. Whoops, lost that little guy. That goes there. I don't want to lose my hardware, so I'm going to put my hardware away. Okay. Got some little faces. I have purple, which will literally just be these two little edges. Swap it back, although I'm going back to my machine pretty soon. Those two little edges, and then I do have these guys, the horns. They go down that way, so it goes down this way. These guys go down that way. They go down that way. Okay, so I have my rust color brown and my purple bits there. I guess I cleaned up Bernard a little bit too early, but that's okay. I don't think these guys are going to bleed marker all over him. Purple. Purple thread. I put my white away. Pull out what color purple matches. It's a little light. I have one shade darker. I have like 4 shades darker. Yeah, I'll go with that one. Oh, how about that? Oh, that's like blue. Yeah, that one is much more blue. Put them on the screen. So I don't have a medium tone purple thread. That's interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna have to, wow, smack the camera. Sorry, dude. I'm going to have to look and find one of those the next time I go thread shopping. I really miss Joann's. Purple. There we go. There we go. Okay, and this ends right here. Good. We're going to do a nice short stitch. Probably should have the open toe foot on so I can see this line. I make poor decisions. Okay, so we're going to take that off, put this one on. There we go. Now I'll be able to see my stitches. That is all I need the purple for. Still going to use the open toe actually for the rust. There's my rust. So Woo, 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 woo. Oh, throw everything on the ground. Rust thread, which I am also running low on. And there we go. I might run out of bobbin thread. Oh, that actually is. It was a pretty low looking bobbin. You've been smacked? Who smacked you? How dare they? That is cruelty towards pigs. So I am going to stitch these together just down the middle. Just kind of pin them in place with thread. And I'm going to do the same with these guys. That'll just kind of pin them down, and then I can use a nice short stitch to actually stitch them together. There was something I didn't like about these horns the first time I made them, and I don't remember what it was because past me did not write notes down. So I'm going to rediscover what I didn't like about them when I try and put them on the goat this time around. Okay, there's the goat horns. Ah, you didn't cut your thread. Rude. There's my two goat horns. I wondered why it felt like I was sewing slow. I have like settings that I can put speed on, like a maximum speed control on my machine, and there's 5 settings. Normally I put it at 3, it was at 2 today. And it feels kind of like I'm have too much reaction time. Do that. Okay. There we go. There are the bits. Okay, that's all the bits that need to be machine sewn today. I need to cut bits out, remove the bits that are drawn in marker, and then everybody gets a bath. For now, I'm going to turn Bernard off because I think I'm done with all the sewing. And I can come and say, we can just do full table view because Bernard's not doing anything now. He's not being interesting. And I'm just going to cut the bits that need to be cut and trimmed and get everybody ready for their bath. So there we go, the hole for the neck. There's the lamb. These guys, or rather, I'll just go through each specific thing. Head that needs to be flipped out again. And this one needs trim. And I can flip this back again. Doop, doop. There's two lamb faces. Goat. You, I don't need to trim because you were drawn in permanent marker, but I do need to check and make sure that you're there. So these need to be flipped. Yep, okay. You do have the drawing line, so you're good. I don't really want to cut the fur until I absolutely have to because it tends to fray immediately. These guys, crazy fluffy. Oh, let me go around this way. Woo! Okay, there's the fluff, and it gets a snip right there. So I can flip it inside out because that little snip will wash away as well. Go. Woo. Okay, whoops, need to snip that one as well. Go. That's all garbage bits, puzzle bits. The little tiny places for the legs need to come off. There we go. There's the little leg holes. There's a little circle there. And there's another little leg bit there. Ooh. And then I go file down my nail because it's going to catch on everything. Okay, there we go. Cut out these guys, little horns. There's one little goat horn. These ones, I'm actually going to move the cape out of the way. Oh, I've got two other capes over here. So pile them there. Oh, I've got fuzzies in my drink. Aw. It's kind of normal for me, though. Extra fiber. Macroplastics. Yum. I eat a lot of fuzzies just because of the air in here being full of fuzzies. The downside of talking while sewing, my mouth is open more. I inhale those shits. There's 3, and here's the last of the lamb horns. Goes into that little pile of finished things. This one, this piece was big enough for another arm, and I even drew the arm on the back of it. See, wearing a mask would be a good thing, but something I learned during the pandemic is when things are on my nose and like covering my mouth, it makes me panic. So much so that I actually like grit my teeth so much while I was at work that I ended up cracking a tooth. So I will wear a mask when required, but not if it's not absolutely necessary. So while it would be a cool thing to like wear a mask, and some people who do the plushies do wear masks just because, yeah, it's a lot of little tiny plastic bits of fabric. I'm not going to do that because it's just, yeah, like legitimate panic attacks over having mouth and nose covered. Um, it kind of so when I was in high school, I used to ski and snowboard, and so we would have like the face masks and everything just to keep you from like getting wind chill and windburn. And I never wore them, and it was just like I didn't like them. I didn't whatever. Uh, being actually forced to wear a mask during the pandemic because of like caring about other people's health, uh, kind of was just like, oh, eye opening. Like that's probably why I was always like, nah, not a fan of these. I'm gonna not wear it. Uh, because yeah, I don't do well with things on my nose or throat. Like, I can't do things on my throat either. Like, even some t-shirts they're just too close to like those muscles there. Wherever the two muscles are that come down on either side of your throat there. It just even sometimes shirt collars too close to the to my neck is just like nope, can't do that, and I'm like yanking and pulling it away from my throat. So noses, throats, I don't like things restricting me, and it makes me freak out. So probably not going to wear a mask. I've already lost a tooth to them. I'm not going to do any more damage to my face. Face, you're fine. Neck, no, yeah. Ah, yep. No, I cannot wear turtlenecks, which really sucks because I love turtlenecks. Like when like pictures of people in turtlenecks, it's like, oh, that is such a like fancy shirt. I really like that, and like I want to wear that. Like I think turtlenecks are cute. I can't put them on though. It does not work. Just cannot do it. Not unless they're like the big slouchy necklines, and I don't know what they're actually called, but like the like far from throat type like neckline. Plus get too warm. Yeah. Yep. I like layering because then you can take things off. If all of your warmth is in exactly one piece of clothing, then you can't really take it off. Well, not and be decent. You can always take it off, but polite society may look down on that. That's all the limbs cut out. Well, oh, no, not quite. Ah, I spoke too soon. Two more sides, and then that's all the limbs cut out. And then I've got the 3 capes to cut. And I think that's probably what I'm going to do today. I have been streaming for 6 hours, 59 minutes, and 40 some seconds. I think 7 hours is a pretty good place to end streaming. I didn't cut out the crowns. Okay, crowns and capes I'm going to cut out. And then I'm done for today. And I'm going to play a video game to just not be working. Well, okay, I'm going to wash everybody, give them a bath, hang him in front of a fan to dry, and then I'm going to play a video game because I haven't played games in a while and I miss games and I'm bad at games. So I'm going to go be bad at games. So there's this really cute game called Timberborn. It's a city builder, except for you are playing a civilization of beavers on a post apocalyptic land, and you have to build little homes and avoid droughts and bad corrupted water that will poison your beavers and make them sick. And you build little houses and homes, and now they have zip lines, so you can put little zip lines behind or up around your town, and then the beavers just like go whiz flying through the air, and they're adorable, and I love them. And for some reason, if the houses are underwater, the beavers can't use them, which makes no sense to anybody who has ever seen a beaver ever. But I am okay with it because the beavers are absolutely adorable, so they are allowed to be improper beavers. It is an absolutely adorable game. It's like the only game I've played in the past 2, 3 years, whatever. Uh, I've got like 300 some hours into it, and I've made like 2 different maps. So I've played like 200 hours on one little map, just making a Beaverburg. I've got Beaverton, and I've got Irontown, which is where they do all of their smithing and shit. And it's all just really cute. I love my little beaver dudes. Yeah, it's like the only game I've played in like forever. Okay, there's my 3 crowns. I do need that base. That's not gonna be enough for it, unfortunately. Okay, there's the crown base. I've got 2 more crown bases somewhere. Here they are. They don't need to be washed. The front of the crowns do because they have embroidery. All of the limbs do. The body of the goat does not. These guys do. These all need to be washed. Okay, so everything here needs to be washed. These guys need to be washed. These guys need to be flipped, trimmed, and then washed. These guys do not actually. They are good. They don't get the topper because they're not fuzzy. So those are actually done as soon as I cut them out. Let me flip these little dudes. Oh, I also need to tie a knot. I'm gonna flip, 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 flip. Come on. Oops, that needs to be trimmed. Add thread there. Okay, so that goes there. This needs to be knotted. Hmm, there we go. Just kind of keeps it a little bit more secure as well as being in place. Not right there. I'll get that. This needs to be trimmed down now. There we go. Right here. Okay. Okay, so there we go. Edges all trimmed down, not tied. That gets washed as well. Same with this one. Okay, this needs to be trimmed because it gave me trouble on the other one, so I'm going to just prevent any trouble there. The long edges need to be trimmed down. Go. That's the back, front. There we go. Got a little knot here. Good. Okay, so all of these need to be washed. I'm going to shove them up out of the way to the top. I need a little tiny rectangle dude. And I need the capes out of the way. And I'm going to do a 1/4 inch seam allowance around these bits. Woo. Okay. There's that bit. Oops, I can probably get rid of these tools. Not going to need them right now. This part I want to draw instead of cut, just in case it goes poorly. There we go. Okay. This part, I don't want to cut all the way in because I might get too close, so I'm just going to go a little bit in. Okay. Come on, trim. Oh, I need to clean out my garbage can. Oh my goodness. Okay, so there's my cape. I still need to cut and trim into the corners. Otherwise, when I flip it, it won't flip right. But that can come later. Okay. I'm going to leave that bit of stabilizer on it until I actually trim it. Until then, it just kind of helps keep the fabric supported. Next one up. Okay. Actually, I should do this first. Oops. This one. And then I can cut this way. They get a lot. Oh, almost. Didn't quite cut all the way through there. Okay, there we go. Oops, I forgot the top part. Oh no, I broke my leg. Silly pencil. Okay, there's the second cape. Again, leaving that on until I trim it. So that's just supporting the fabric a little bit. Here. This is the goat's cape. A very lovely purple. Phew. Oof. Okay, and then this last little line is going to be the last thing I do today. After that, well, on stream, after that, I will go wash things out and be done with work. Okay. I know, didn't quite get all the way through. Ah, cut through all the stabilizer. Did not cut through all of the purple. Almost. There we go. Actually, a nice chunk of purple there. I'm going to. Oop, I'm going to mute myself because somebody is calling me. Okay, I have good timing on ending my stream because Mr. Moose is done with work as well, and he will be. So this gives me just about enough time to wash everything, and then we can have dinner. Goodbye, Pick. Enjoy your shopping. I'm going to find somebody to raid. Let's see who be streaming. Are there anybody selling stuff? Hmm. Well, there is some. They are chaos crafting. That's fun. I don't. Mhm. Okay, well, we're going to go see somebody who is crocheting something. Don't know what it is, but that's going to be a good place to go. Thank you guys for stopping by and watching my stream today. Thank you, Antelopes, all of you who stuck around. I will be back tomorrow to finish up everybody that is here. Yes, there's the raid call. So, uh, cool beans. If you want to watch me finish everybody, I will be around tomorrow. It will probably be a two-part stream. One in the morning to finish these guys up, and then I will leave to go mail them out. These little faces. And then after that, I will come back after lunch and finish up as much of the lamb and goats as possible. So I will see whoever I see tomorrow. If not, I will be streaming on Thursday as well, just making a bunch of bets and nothing else. It's going to be super boring. So if you want to stop by and chat with me, I would appreciate it. Otherwise, I will see you guys whenever I see you next. Okay, bye, guys.